Hello, my dear dreamers, and welcome back to another enchanting evening of magical adventures. I'm your host, and I'm absolutely delighted you've chosen to spend this peaceful night with me, drifting through the wonderful world of witchcraft and wizardry. Tonight, we're embarking on a very special and long journey, your complete transformation from an ordinary person into a witch or wizard. This isn't just any bedtime story. It's hours of the most tranquil, magical experiences, designed to carry you through wave after wave of peaceful sleep. Before we begin, settle in and make yourself comfortable. Curl up by the fireplace in your house common room. The flames crackle softly, filling the room with a warm golden glow that flickers across the stone walls and old tapestries. Sink deeper into a cozy armchair, pulling your blanket close, the fire's gentle warmth wrapping around you like a spell of comfort. We'll start with your Hogwarts letter arriving on your 11th birthday and gently drift through every magical milestone. From the cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley to that heart-fluttering moment of stepping onto platform 9 3/4, from the Sorting Hat's ancient wisdom to your first peaceful evening in your new house dormitory. We'll experience quiet mornings in the Great Hall, afternoon classes where magic feels as natural as breathing, and evening walks through candlelit corridors. If you find these gentle journeys into the magical realm help you unwind and slip into restful sleep, I'd be truly grateful if you could give this video a like and subscribe for more sleepy magical adventures. Your support means the world to me and helps me continue creating these soothing escapes for all of us who need a little magic at the end of our days. So close your eyes if you'd like, breathe a little slower, and let the fire carry you deeper into calm as we begin our journey. Chapter 1: The Letter That Changed Everything. It's early morning on your 11th birthday, July 31st, and the summer air is warm and still outside your bedroom window. You're still tucked deeply under your favourite blanket, that perfect state between sleeping and waking where the world feels soft around the edges and anything seems possible. The house is quiet, your family hasn't stirred yet, and there's something magical about being the only one awake in a sleeping world. That's when you hear it, an unusual tapping at your window. The sound is rhythmic, polite but persistent, not quite like any bird you've ever heard before. At first you try to ignore it, pulling your pillow over your head and hoping whatever it is will go away. But the tapping continues, patient and determined, as if the creature making it has all the time in the world and knows something you don't. Curiosity finally wins over the comfort of your warm bed, and you pad across your room in bare feet, the floorboards cool against your skin. The morning light filtering through your curtains has that special golden quality that only comes on perfect summer days. The kind of light that makes ordinary things look touched with magic. When you peer through the curtains, your breath catches in your throat. Perched on your windowsill is the most magnificent owl you've ever seen. Larger than any owl you've encountered before, with intelligent amber eyes that seem to look right into your soul. Its feathers are a beautiful tawny brown that shifts and shimmers in the morning light, and there's something almost regal about the way it holds itself. But it's what the owl carries that makes your heart skip a beat. In its strong curved beak is a thick envelope made of yellowish parchment that looks like it belongs in a museum. The envelope is sealed with dark red wax, and even from behind the glass, you can see that the seal bears an elaborate coat of arms. A lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. Your hands tremble slightly as you carefully unlatch your window. The morning air that flows in is fresh and sweet, carrying the scent of dew-covered grass and blooming flowers. The owl steps gracefully inside with the dignity of a royal messenger, its talons clicking softly against your wooden windowsill. Up close, you can see the incredible detail of its plumage, each feather perfectly arranged, its eyes sharp and knowing. The owl extends its leg with ceremonial patience, allowing you to untie the letter with fingers that shake from excitement and disbelief. The parchment is thick and substantial, unlike any paper you've ever touched. Once the letter is free, the owl doesn't immediately fly away. Instead, it settles on your desk chair with an air of patient dignity, as if it knows this moment is important and wants to witness your reaction to what will change your life forever. The wax seal is warm to the touch, and when you carefully break it, it comes away cleanly, as if it had been waiting just for you. The parchment unfolds with a soft rustling sound that seems almost musical in the quiet morning air. The words are written in emerald green ink, and they seem to glow faintly in the morning light. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer. Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump. International Confederation of Wizards. Dear future witch or wizard, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September the 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. You read the letter 3 times, each reading making the impossible seem more wonderfully real. The words don't change, don't fade away, like words in a dream might. This is real parchment in your real hands, and the message is clear. Magic exists, and you're part of it. The second page contains a list that makes your imagination soar. Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First year students will require 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black, for everyday wear. 2. 1 plain dress robe, black for formal occasions. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4. 1 winter cloak, black silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 by Miranda Gosshawk, A History of Magic by Batilda Bagshot, Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phillida Spore, Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander, The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment: 1 cauldron, standard size 2, pewter. 1 set glass or crystal phials. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomsticks. Each item on the list fills you with wonder and excitement. Cauldrons and spell books, protective gloves made from dragon hide, telescopes for studying the stars, and you could have an owl or a cat or even a toad as a magical companion. The very idea of being allowed to bring a pet to school seems wonderfully impossible. At the bottom of the letter, there's a small map showing the location of Diagon Alley in London, with a note explaining that this is where you can purchase all your school supplies. The handwriting is neat and precise, but there's something warm about it that makes you feel welcomed rather than intimidated. You sink onto your bed, still holding the letters, and try to process what this means. All those times you made things happen that couldn't quite be explained. Lights flickering when you were upset, flowers blooming out of season when you were happy. That time you somehow ended up on the school roof when you were trying to escape bullies. You'd always known you were different, but you'd never imagined anything like this. The owl hoots softly, a sound that's both musical and knowing, as if it approves of your excitement. When you look up, you notice that it's watching you with those remarkable amber eyes, and you have the distinct impression that it understands exactly what you're feeling. "This is really happening, isn't it?" you whisper to the owl. The owl bobs its head once, then launches itself gracefully from your chair. It spreads its magnificent wings, and for a moment your room is filled with the whisper of feathers catching the morning air. It circles once near the ceiling, gives you what can only be described as a dignified nod, then glides through your open window and disappears into the brightening sky. You're left sitting on your bed, holding the most important letter you'll ever receive, and watching a perfectly ordinary morning transform into the beginning of the most extraordinary adventure imaginable. From somewhere downstairs, you hear the sounds of your family beginning to stir. Soon they'll be wondering why you're awake so early on your birthday, what that tapping sound was, and why you look like someone who's just discovered that everything they thought they knew about the world was only the beginning of the story. But for now, you sit quietly in the golden morning light, reading your Hogwarts letter one more time and feeling your heart expand with possibilities you never dared to dream. Chapter 2: Diagon Alley, A World of Wonders. 3 weeks later, you find yourself standing nervously outside a dingy pub in London, clutching your Hogwarts letter and trying to work up the courage to go inside. The Leaky Cauldron sits between a bookshop and a record store on what appears to be a perfectly ordinary street, but there's something distinctly odd about it. The people walking past seem to avoid looking at it directly, their eyes sliding away, as if the building isn't quite there. Your parents had been sceptical at first, even after a stern-looking witch named Professor McGonagall had appeared at your front door to explain everything. She demonstrated magic by turning your kitchen table into a pig and back again, which had convinced even the most doubtful family members that this was all quite real. She'd given you detailed directions to Diagon Alley and a small leather pouch filled with the strangest coins you'd ever seen. Golden galleons, silver sickles, and bronze knuts that felt warm to the touch and hummed very faintly with magic. The interior of the Leaky Cauldron is everything you'd hoped it would be, and completely different from your expectations at the same time. The low-beam ceiling is blackened with centuries of soot from the massive fireplace that dominates one wall. The air is thick with the scent of butterbeer, roasting meat, and something else, something indefinably magical that makes your skin tingle with anticipation. The pub is filled with the most extraordinary collection of people you've ever seen. A witch in emerald robes sits at a corner table, reading a newspaper whose photographs move and gesture at each other. The headlines shift and change as you watch. Gringotts break-in latest becomes Flying Ford Anglia, spotted over Surrey, which then transforms into Ministry denies existence of time-turners. At the bar, a wizard with a pointed hat that appears to be made of starlight is deep in conversation with what you're fairly certain is a goblin, though you try not to stare. The goblin is shorter than you'd expected, but carries himself with obvious authority, his long fingers wrapped around a tankard of something that steams purple. A group of young witches at a table near the window are comparing purchases from what must be Diagon Alley, spreading out robes and books and pointing excitedly at various items. Their voices bubble with the same excitement you feel, and you realise they must be fellow Hogwarts students, perhaps older years returning for another term. Tom, the toothless innkeeper, greets you with such warmth that you feel immediately welcome despite being obviously new to this world. His bald head gleams in the firelight, and his smile is so genuinely friendly that your nervousness begins to ease. "First time to Diagon Alley, I'd wager," he says, his voice kind and knowing. "Don't you worry, love. Everyone's nervous their first time. Even old Dumbledore was nervous once. Though that was well before my time, and I've been here 43 years come Christmas." He leads you through the pub, past tables where conversations pause as curious but friendly faces turn toward you. Several people nod welcomingly, and a witch in travelling robes raises her goblet in a little toast that makes you feel like you're being welcomed into a very special club. The back courtyard is small and walled, with herbs growing in pots that seem to tend themselves, and a fountain whose water sparkles with more than just reflected light. Tom pulls out a worn wooden wand and approaches what appears to be a completely solid brick wall. "Now then," he says, with obvious pleasure. 3 up, 2 across. He taps specific bricks with the tip of his wand, and you watch in absolute wonder as the wall begins to fold back on itself. Bricks sliding and rotating and rearranging themselves like a complex puzzle solving itself. When the transformation is complete, you're looking through an archway onto the most extraordinary street you've ever imagined. Welcome to Diagon Alley. The cobbled street stretches ahead of you, curving gently so that you can't see where it ends, lined with shops that seem to have grown organically from pure imagination. The buildings lean at impossible angles, their timber frames dark with age, and their windows gleaming with displays that make your eyes widen with wonder. Witches and wizards of all ages fill the street, moving with the comfortable ease of people who belong to this magical world. They wear robes in every colour imaginable, deep purples and midnight blues, forest greens and sunset oranges, some plain and practical, others embroidered with moving patterns that shift and dance in the sunlight. Children around your age walk with their parents, their faces glowing with the same wonder you feel, while older students browse shop windows with the comfortable familiarity of those returning home. You see several teenagers comparing the contents of their shopping lists, debating whether they need new quills or if their old ones will last another year. A wizard in lime green robes passes by, leading what appears to be a small dragon on a leash, though when you look more closely, you realise it's actually an iguana that's been charmed to breathe harmless sparkles instead of fire. A witch follows behind him, carrying a cage full of what look like tiny jewelled hummingbirds that chime like bells when they flutter their wings. The smells of Diagon Alley wash over you in waves, the musty scent of old books from Flourish and Blots, the metallic tang of cauldrons from Potage's cauldron shop, the sweet aroma of ice cream from Fortescue's ice cream parlour, and underlying it all, that distinctive magical smell that makes your skin tingle with possibilities. You make your way slowly down the street, trying to take in every incredible detail. The window of Flourish and Blots overflows with books that seem to have lives of their own. The standard book of spells waves its covers at you invitingly, while Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them appears to be trying to escape from its display. The cover illustration of a Chinese fireball occasionally breathing tiny puffs of real flame. A massive book titled The Monster Book of Monsters is chained shut and rattles angrily whenever someone gets too close, while a delicate volume called Secrets of the Darkest Art seems to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating a small area of shadow around its display case. Quality Quidditch supplies draws you like a magnet. The window displays broomsticks that hover and occasionally zoom around in small circles, as if eager to be ridden. The Nimbus 2001 gleams with obvious speed, its handle polished to mirror brightness, and its twigs perfectly aligned. A sign announces that it can go from 0 to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds, with built-in auto brake and weather protective charms. Below the racing brooms, a case displays Quidditch equipment, golden snitches that dart around their containment, occasionally spreading their delicate wings to show off their speed. Red quaffles that bounce gently against the glass, as if hoping to be thrown, and bludgers in a specially reinforced case that shake occasionally, as if trying to escape and cause mayhem. The window also showcases team robes for every professional Quidditch team in Britain. The Chudley Cannon's orange and black robes hang next to the midnight blue and silver of the Ravenclaw team, while the Holyhead Harpies' green and gold robes shimmer with protective charms. But it's Ollivander's that draws you most powerfully. The narrow shop with its peeling gold letters and single wand displayed in the dusty window seems to hum with ancient magic. Even from the street, you can feel something calling to you from within those weathered walls, a sense of destiny and belonging that makes your heart race with anticipation. The shop windows on either side of Ollivander's offer their own temptations. Flourish and Blot's window has rearranged itself while you were looking at the Quidditch shop, and now displays your schoolbooks in a neat pyramid, each one glowing faintly as if lit from within. A small sign announces Hogwarts First Year Student Special, complete set including complimentary bookmark that never loses your page. On the other side, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions shows off the latest in wizarding fashion. School robes in crisp black wool hang next to work robes reinforced with protective charms, while a display of dress robes in jewel tones rotates slowly, each one more elegant than the last. A midnight blue dress robe catches your eye, embroidered with silver thread that forms constellations that slowly shift across the fabric. You realise you've been standing still for several minutes, just drinking in the incredible sight of this magical street. Other shoppers flow around you with good-natured patience, many of them smiling at your obvious amazement. An elderly wizard with a beard that reaches his knees pauses beside you. "First time?" he asks, his eyes twinkling with gentle amusement. You nod, not trusting yourself to speak. "I remember my first time," he says softly. 1923 it was. Thought I was dreaming for the first hour. Still get that feeling sometimes, after all these years. Never quite loses its magic, this place. He continues on his way, leaving you with the comforting knowledge that even wizards who've been part of this world for decades still find it wonderful. You check your Hogwarts letter one more time, studying the list of required items, and decide to start with your books. Flourish and Blots seems like a good place to begin this magical shopping expedition. The bookshop is even more amazing inside than its window suggested. Books line the walls from floor to ceiling, creating narrow aisles that seem to stretch much further back than the building could possibly contain. The air smells of parchment and leather bindings, and that peculiar scent that only comes from very old magic. Some books sit quietly on their shelves, like ordinary volumes, but others show clear signs of magical life. A section marked Defensive Magic contains books that occasionally emit small puffs of smoke or shower nearby customers with harmless sparks. The Care of Magical Creatures section houses books that rustle and chirp, and occasionally produce small roars. You approach the counter where a witch with paint-stained fingers is helping another first-year student. The boy looks as overwhelmed as you feel, clutching a shopping list identical to yours and staring wide-eyed at the moving books around him. "Standard first-year set," the boy says to the witch, his voice barely above a whisper. "Lovely," she replies cheerfully. "Let's see. Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. She pulls books from various shelves, with practiced ease, each one floating gently through the air to land in a neat stack on the counter. History of Magic. Bit dry, that one, but Professor Binns insists on it. Magical theory. Excellent introduction to the theoretical side of things. Transfiguration Guide. Professor McGonagall's very particular about which edition she wants. When it's your turn, the process is just as magical. Your books seem to select themselves, floating down from high shelves and arranging themselves in a perfect stack. The witch packages them in brown paper that wraps itself while she counts your money, golden galleons that feel warm in your palm, and silver sickles that chime softly when they touch. "Enjoy Hogwarts, dear," she says, as she hands you your package. "Best years of your life they'll be. I still dream about the castle sometimes, and I graduated 30 years ago." Your next stop is Pottage's Cauldron Shop, where cauldrons of every size and description hang from the ceiling and line the walls. Standard size 2 pewter cauldrons sit next to massive copper models that could probably hold enough potion to serve the entire Great Hall. A section marked professional grade displays cauldrons made from materials you don't recognise. One appears to be carved from a single enormous crystal, while another seems to be made of metal that shifts colour as you watch. The shopkeeper, a round-faced wizard with singed eyebrows, helps you select a perfect pewter cauldron. "First year, eh?" he says, testing your cauldron for dents and scratches. "This here's a good one. Nice thick bottom, won't crack if you accidentally overheat a potion. Not that you will, of course," he adds quickly, "but students sometimes get a bit enthusiastic with the fire charms." He also provides you with a set of crystal files that ring like tiny bells when tapped, brass scales that balance themselves automatically, and a small stirring rod that he assures you will never leave residue in your potions. The telescope comes from a shop called Wiseacre's Wizarding Equipment, where the ceiling is enchanted to show a perfect view of the night sky, regardless of the time of day or weather outside. Constellations wheel slowly overhead, while planets trace their ancient paths among the stars. Your telescope is a beautiful brass instrument that extends and retracts smoothly, with lenses that the shopkeeper promises will show you details of celestial bodies that Muggle astronomy can only dream of. This particular model, she explains, polishing one of the lenses with a soft cloth, is enchanted to filter out magical interference, very important when you're trying to observe star patterns for divination or astronomical calculations. Professor Sinistra is quite particular about her students having proper equipment, but it's your final stop that you've been both anticipating and slightly dreading. Ollivander's Wand Shop. The bell above the door gives a tinkling chime as you enter, and immediately you're surrounded by the most incredible atmosphere of ancient magic you've ever experienced. Thousands of narrow boxes line the walls from floor to ceiling, each containing a wand, waiting for its perfect match. The shop seems much larger inside than could possibly fit in the space you saw from the street, but you're learning that magical places don't concern themselves with ordinary limitations. Dust motes dance in the shafts of golden light that filter through the grimy windows, and the air itself seems to thrum with power. You can feel magic in every breath, a sensation like standing in a thunderstorm, but warmer, more welcoming. "Ah," comes a soft voice from the shadows, between the towering shelves. "I wondered when you'd arrive." Mr. Ollivander emerges from the depths of his shop like a figure from a dream. He's older than you expected, with wild white hair and pale eyes that seem to look right through you to something deeper, something magical that you're only just beginning to understand about yourself. His robes are simple and practical, clearly chosen more for working with wands than for making an impression, but there's something about his presence that commands respect. "Every witch and wizard needs a wand," he says, beginning to pull boxes from the shelves with quick practice movements. His long fingers trace along the box edges, as if reading something written in a language only he can understand. And not just any wand, you understand. The wand chooses the witch or wizard. It's not always clear why, but when the right match is made, he trails off, setting several boxes on the worn wooden counter. "Let's see then. Try this one first." He opens the first box to reveal a wand of pale wood with an elegant handle that seems to glow with its own inner light. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple, excellent for charm work. You take the wand and it feels pleasant enough in your hand, comfortable and well balanced. But when you give it an experimental flick as Mr. Ollivander instructs, nothing happens except a faint warmth spreading through your palm. No, not quite right, Mr. Ollivander murmurs, already reaching for another box. Not to worry. Very few find their match on the first try. Perhaps oak and dragon heartstring, 12 inches, quite rigid. This wand feels heavier, more serious somehow, as if it contains power that demands respect. You wave it carefully, but again the only result is a slight vibration that quickly fades. Mr. Ollivander nods, as if this tells him something important. Interesting, he says, his pale eyes growing brighter with each failed attempt. You're proving quite particular. Let me try. Willow and unicorn hair, 13 inches, surprisingly swishy. The willow wand feels almost alive in your hand, flexible and responsive. But when you wave it, it produces only a brief shower of silver sparks that fizzle out immediately. Mr. Ollivander continues bringing out wands, each one different from the last. A wand of cherry wood that makes your fingers tingle, but produces no magic. A rosewood wand that feels too light, as if it might float away. A wand of ebony that seems to absorb the light around it, but remains stubbornly silent in your grasp. Most interesting, Mr. Ollivander murmurs, as he disappears into the back of the shop. You can hear him moving boxes, searching through what must be thousands of wands, each one unique and waiting for its perfect match. The sound is oddly musical, the soft rustling of tissue paper, the gentle clink of wand touching wand, the whispered scrape of boxes being moved and sorted. When he returns, he's carrying a box that looks older than the others, its corners worn smooth by countless handling and its surface covered in a fine layer of dust that sparkles in the afternoon light filtering through the windows. I wonder, he says softly, almost to himself. Yes, why not? This one has been waiting for quite some time. He opens the box with unusual care, and you see a wand that seems to glow with its own inner light. The wood is beautiful, a rich, warm brown with grain that seems to swirl and flow like captured music. The handle is perfectly smooth, worn by age, but somehow looking exactly right for your hand. The moment your fingers close around it, you know this is the one. The wand feels like an extension of your own arm, perfectly balanced, humming with warm energy that flows from its core up through your hand and arm and into your entire body. It's like finding a part of yourself you didn't know was missing. When you give it a gentle wave, magic flows from the tip in a stream of golden sparks that dance through the air like tiny stars. The sparks spiral and dance, forming brief patterns that look almost like writing in an ancient language, before fading into motes of light that drift gently to the floor. Excellent, Mr. Ollivander claps his hands together, his unusual eyes twinkling with satisfaction and something that might be relief. Yes, I think we can expect great things from you. After all, he continues, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, this particular wand has quite a remarkable history. He begins wrapping your wand carefully in soft cloth, his movements reverent and precise. 13 3/4 inches, yew wood with a phoenix feather core. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave only one other feather, and that feather found its way into a wand that has done both great and terrible things. It's curious how these things happen. The wand that gave you your scar chose you, in a way. You're not entirely sure what he means about a scar, but something in his tone suggests this is important, even if you don't understand it yet. He places your wrapped wand in a long, narrow box and ties it with string that seems to tie itself in a perfect bow. "Take great care of it," he says, as you count out the 7 galleons for your wand. A wand is not just a tool, it becomes part of you, an extension of your will and your magic. Treat it with respect and it will serve you faithfully for all your years at Hogwarts and beyond. As you leave Ollivander's, the box containing your wand tucked carefully under your arm, you feel fundamentally changed. You're no longer just someone who received a Hogwarts letter. You're a witch or wizard with a wand, someone who belongs to the magical world in a way that feels both thrilling and slightly overwhelming. The late afternoon light has turned golden, casting long shadows between the shops as you make your way back through Diagon Alley. The street seems even more magical now that you have your wand, as if the magic around you is responding to the magic you now carry. Shop windows seem brighter, the conversations of passing witches and wizards more musical, the very air more alive with possibilities. You stop at Flourish and Blots one more time to pick up a few additional items. Extra parchment, a selection of quills including one magnificent peacock feather quill that writes in whatever colour ink you're thinking of, and a bottle of colour-changing ink that shifts from blue to green to purple as you watch. Your final stop is at Elop's Owl Emporium, where you spend a long time considering whether to choose an owl, a cat or a toad. The owls are magnificent. Everything from tiny scops owls perfect for short messages to massive eagle owls capable of international flights. The cats range from ordinary tabbies to a few that seem to shimmer with their own magic, while the toads sit in their tanks looking wise and patient. In the end, you choose a beautiful owl with feathers the colour of autumn leaves and intelligent dark eyes that seem to understand exactly what you're feeling. The owl perches on your shoulder as you complete the purchase, its talons surprisingly gentle, and you can already imagine it flying back and forth between Hogwarts and home, carrying letters that will keep you connected to both worlds. As you make your way back toward the leaky cauldron, your arms full of packages and your new owl riding contentedly on your shoulder, you feel ready for whatever comes next. Tomorrow, you'll return to the ordinary world to wait for September 1st, but you'll be waiting as someone who has seen magic, touched it, become part of it. The magical world has welcomed you with open arms, and you can hardly wait to discover what other wonders await you at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Chapter 3: The Hogwarts Express. September the 1st arrives grey and misty, the perfect weather for beginning a magical education. You've been awake since dawn, too excited to sleep, checking and rechecking that you have everything on your Hogwarts list. Your trunk, battered but serviceable, is packed with your new robes, your precious books, your cauldron and other magical equipment, and enough everyday clothes to last until the Christmas holidays. Your owl, whom you've named Hedwig, after a name you found in a history of magic, sits in her cage, looking alert and interested in the adventure ahead. She's been an excellent companion over the past month, quickly learning to carry messages between you and the few other local children who also received Hogwarts letters. It had been wonderful to discover you weren't the only one in your area heading off to magical school. The journey to King's Cross Station feels surreal. You're sitting in an ordinary car, watching ordinary London pass by the windows, but your trunk contains a cauldron and spellbooks and a wand that chose you specifically. It's like living in two worlds at once, and you're not entirely sure which one feels more real. King's Cross is busy, with the usual morning rush of commuters, business people hurrying toward their trains with briefcases and newspapers, tourists consulting maps and looking confused by the station layout. For a moment you feel a flicker of doubt. How can anything as magical as platform 9 3/4 exist in such an ordinary place? But then you see them, other families who are clearly not part of the ordinary crowd. A woman in a long travelling cloak despite the warm weather, walking with a boy about your age who's pushing a trolley loaded with a trunk and an owl cage. A man with a pointed beard examining what looks like a train ticket and frowning, while his daughter bounces excitedly beside him and points toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. You study your own ticket, platform 9 and 3/4. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10 looks completely solid, just brick and mortar like any other wall in the station. But you've learnt to trust in magic even when your eyes tell you otherwise, especially after your experience with the wall that opened onto Diagon Alley. You watch carefully as the family with the owl approaches the barrier. The mother says something to her son, and he nods seriously. Then, before you can quite believe what you're seeing, they break into a run straight toward the solid wall. You brace yourself for the inevitable crash, but instead they disappear right into the barrier as if it were made of water rather than brick. Heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and nervousness, you push your trolley toward the barrier. A few ordinary commuters glance at you curiously. You probably look like just another student heading off to school, though they can't see the owl cage or guess what's really in your trunk. At the last moment, you close your eyes and run straight at the wall, half expecting to crash into solid brick. Instead, you feel a moment of cool darkness, like passing through a gentle waterfall, and then you're through. Platform 9 and 3/4 is more magnificent than you dared imagine. The scarlet Hogwarts Express sits gleaming in the morning light, steam hissing from its funnel and curling up toward the enchanted ceiling that shows a perfect September sky. The platform bustles with activity that makes your heart soar with excitement and belonging. Families fill the platform, saying goodbye to children of all ages. Tiny first years who look as nervous and excited as you feel stand next to sophisticated 7th years who move with the confident ease of those who know exactly where they belong in this magical world. Parents offer last-minute advice and final hugs, while younger siblings gaze with envy at brothers and sisters heading off to the most famous magical school in the world. The sounds of platform 9 and 3/4 create a symphony of anticipation. Owls hoot from their cages, creating a chorus that echoes off the high ceiling. Cats meow from their carriers, occasionally answered by mysterious sounds from trunks that suggest some students have packed more exotic pets than the school officially allows. The occasional toad can be seen hopping across the platform, usually pursued by a frantic first year trying to catch their escaped companion. Steam from the Hogwarts Express adds a dreamlike quality to the scene, swirling around the legs of students and parents and carrying the scent of coal smoke mixed with something indefinably magical. The train itself is even more beautiful up close. The scarlet paint gleams like liquid fire, and the brass fittings shine with recent polishing. Windows line the carriages, some already filled with students who've claimed their compartments and are waving to friends on the platform. You find a luggage car and watch in wonder as a wizard in railway uniform uses magic to load trunk after trunk, waving his wand to send them floating through the air and arranging them in neat stacks. Your own trunk joins the parade of luggage, floating serenely through the air before settling into place with dozens of others. The passenger carriages stretch back along the platform in a line of warm, inviting windows. Some compartments are already occupied by groups of friends reuniting after summer holidays, their excited voices carrying through the glass as they share stories of their vacations and compare new school supplies. You climb aboard about halfway down the train, Hedwig's cage in one hand and your heart pounding with anticipation. The interior of the Hogwarts Express is just as magical as its exterior. The corridors are lined with polished wood panels, and the windows are larger than they appeared from outside, offering perfect views of the countryside that will soon be rolling past. You find an empty compartment and settle by the window, setting Hedwig's cage on the seat beside you, where she can see out and watch the activity on the platform. She clicks her beak approvingly and ruffles her feathers, clearly as excited about this adventure as you are. The compartment itself is wonderfully comfortable. The seats are upholstered in deep red velvet that's soft to the touch, and small tables fold down from the walls for meals or games. Overhead racks provide storage for smaller items, and everything has the comfortable, well-maintained feeling of a train that's been carrying students to Hogwarts for generations. As you settle in and watch the continuing bustle on the platform, a girl about your age appears at your compartment door. She has bushy brown hair that seems to have a mind of its own and quick, intelligent eyes behind neat glasses. She's carrying what appears to be a cat carrier from which occasional orange paws can be seen emerging. "Excuse me," she says politely, her voice carrying just a hint of nervousness, "but everywhere else seems to be full. Would you mind terribly if I sat here? I promise I won't be any trouble, and Crookshanks here is very well behaved." She indicates the cat carrier, from which a distinctly sceptical meowing sound emerges. "Of course not," you reply, genuinely pleased to have company. "I'm nervous about sitting alone anyway. I keep wondering if I'm dreaming and I'll wake up back in my ordinary bedroom." She drags her small trunk into the compartment and settles across from you with a relieved sigh. "Oh, thank goodness. I was worried I'd have to stand in the corridor for the whole journey. I'm Hermione, by the way. Hermione Granger." You introduce yourself, and she immediately brightens. "Are you Muggle-born too? I mean, non-magical parents?" When I got my Hogwarts letter, I was absolutely terrified it was some kind of mistake. I've read Hogwarts A History 3 times already, and the Standard Book of Spells twice, just trying to catch up on everything I don't know. Soon you're deep in conversation about magic, comparing your experiences in Diagon Alley and sharing your excitement about finally learning real spells. Hermione has clearly read everything she could get her hands on about the magical world, and she's eager to share what she's learned while also asking dozens of questions about things the books didn't cover. "Did you know that Hogwarts has over 1,000 years of history?" she asks, pulling a thick book from her bag. "It was founded by 4 of the greatest witches and wizards of the age: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Each of them valued different qualities in their students, which is why we're sorted into houses." You're joined about 20 minutes later by 2 boys who appear at your compartment door looking slightly lost. One is tall and red-haired with second-hand robes but kind eyes and a friendly smile. The other is smaller with dark hair that sticks up at odd angles, despite obvious attempts to flatten it, and the most unusual green eyes you've ever seen. "Sorry," says the red-haired boy, "but everywhere else is packed. Do you mind if we sit here? I'm Ron, by the way, Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter," adds the dark-haired boy quietly, as if he's not sure how his name will be received. Hermione's eyes go wide. "Are you really? I've read about you, of course. You're in the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century, and—" "Are you?" Ron interrupts, staring at Harry with obvious fascination. "Blimey, you're famous." Harry looks uncomfortable with the attention, shifting in his seat and glancing out the window as if he'd rather be anywhere else. "I don't remember any of it," he says quietly. "I mean, I was just a baby when it happened." You sense that there's a story here, something important that everyone in the magical world seems to know, except you. But Harry clearly doesn't want to talk about it, so you change the subject by asking Ron about his family. "Oh, there are loads of us," Ron says, immediately brightening. "I'm the 6th in our family to go to Hogwarts. You could say I've got a lot to live up to." Bill and Charlie have already left. Bill was head boy, and Charlie was captain of Quidditch. Now Percy's a prefect. Fred and George mess around a lot, but they still get really good marks, and everyone thinks they're really funny. Everyone expects me to do as well as the others, but if I do, it's no big deal, because they did it first. The train gives a long, haunting whistle that sends shivers of excitement down your spine. Steam billows past the windows, and with a gentle jerk that gradually builds to a smooth, rhythmic motion, the Hogwarts Express begins to pull away from platform 9 3/4. You press your face to the window, along with your new friends, watching as London gradually gives way to suburbs, then to countryside that grows more beautiful and wild with every mile. The landscape rolls past in a soothing rhythm, rolling hills dotted with sheep, dense forests that seem to hide mysteries in their shadows, rivers that wind like silver ribbons through green valleys. Look at that! Hermione points to a herd of what appear to be horses galloping across a distant field. Except these horses have wings that catch the sunlight as they soar briefly above the treetops before landing gracefully and continuing their run. Thestrals, I think, Ron says knowledgeably. My brother Charlie told me about them. They're supposed to be really rare. Only certain people can see them, though I'm not sure why. The train journey settles into a comfortable rhythm. Ron produces a pack of chocolate frogs from his pocket, and you all share them while trading the famous witch and wizard cards that come inside. Harry seems delighted to discover that he's on one of the cards, though he modestly insists he doesn't deserve to be there alongside great wizards like Merlin and Morgana. Hermione shows off some of the spells she's been practicing from her textbooks, managing to turn her water glass blue and then back to clear again. You try a few simple spells with your new wand, feeling that wonderful surge of warm power every time magic flows through it. The countryside outside grows more spectacular as the day progresses. Mountains rise in the distance like ancient guardians, their peaks wreathed in clouds that seem to glow with their own inner light. Forests stretch for miles, so dense and dark that you can barely see between the trees, and occasionally you glimpse things moving in the depths that are definitely not ordinary animals. About halfway through the journey, a plump witch with a kind face pushes a trolley down the corridor, calling out, "Anything from the trolley cart? Anything from the trolley?" Ron looks embarrassed as he pulls out what appears to be homemade sandwiches. "Mum always makes me sandwiches, but I never get much else," he explains, unwrapping what looks like corned beef. But Harry, who seems to have plenty of money, buys armfuls of sweets to share with everyone. Soon your compartment is filled with the most incredible magical treats you've ever experienced. Bertie Bott's every flavour. Beans that really do come in every flavour imaginable, including some you'd rather not have tried, like spinach and liver. Chocolate frogs that hop once around the compartment before being caught and eaten, each one containing a card featuring a famous witch or wizard. Drooble's best blowing gum fills the compartment with blue bubbles that refuse to pop for half an hour. Fizzing whiz-bees zoom around the compartment, making everyone duck and laugh before finally being caught and devoured. Pumpkin pasties taste like autumn itself, warm and spicy and comforting. Try these, Ron suggests, offering you a package of what look like ordinary hard candies. Pepper imps. They'll warm you right up. The pepper imps turn out to be exactly as advertised, filling your mouth with warmth that spreads through your entire body and making you feel ready for any adventure that might await at Hogwarts. As the afternoon wears on, the landscape outside becomes more dramatic and clearly magical. You pass a village where every house appears to be built from massive mushrooms, their spotted caps gleaming in the sunlight. A lake stretches beside the train tracks, its surface so perfectly still it looks like dark glass. But occasionally something large moves beneath the surface, creating ripples that catch the light. "That might be the Black Lake," Hermione says, consulting her copy of Hogwarts, A History. "The one beside Hogwarts Castle. If it is, we should be getting close." The thought of actually arriving at Hogwarts sends a thrill of nervous excitement through all of you. This journey has been magical enough, but soon you'll be at the school itself, learning real magic and becoming part of a community that stretches back over 1,000 years. The train begins to climb into mountains that rise on both sides of the tracks like ancient walls. The air outside looks thinner and cleaner, and everything seems touched with a special quality of light that makes colours more vivid and shadows more mysterious. Occasionally, you glimpse ruins on distant hilltops, old castles or towers that speak of centuries of magical history hidden in these remote highlands. As the sun begins to sink lower in the sky, casting long golden rays through your compartment window, a voice echoes through the train. "We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to the school separately." Your heart pounds as you and your new friends scramble to put on your school robes. The black fabric feels strange and wonderful, marking your transformation from ordinary person to Hogwarts student. Ron struggles with his robes, which are clearly hand-me-downs, but have been cleaned and mended with obvious care. "Do I look like a proper wizard now?" you ask, and your friends assure you that you do, though you all still feel like you're playing dress-up in costumes that don't quite belong to you yet. The train begins to slow, and through the windows you can see a small station platform lit with lanterns that cast dancing shadows in the gathering dusk. The platform looks like something from a fairy tale, with ivy-covered walls and flower boxes that seem to tend themselves. "Hogsmeade Station," Hermione reads from a sign as the train comes to a complete stop. "First students have been arriving here for over a century." As you step off the train into the cool evening air, you're immediately struck by how different everything smells and feels. The air is clean and crisp, with a hint of wood smoke, and something else, something wild and magical that makes your skin tingle with anticipation. Stars are beginning to appear in the darkening sky, and they seem brighter and closer than any stars you've seen before. The platform fills with students of all ages, from tiny first years, who look as nervous and excited as you feel, to 7th years, who move with the confident ease of those returning home. The chatter is incredible. Hundreds of voices sharing stories of summer holidays, comparing new books and robes, and speculating about the coming year. Then, over all the excitement, comes a booming voice that carries easily across the platform. Furs years over here." The voice belongs to the largest man you've ever seen, easily twice the height of anyone else on the platform, and nearly as broad. His wild hair and beard cover most of his face, but his eyes are kind and twinkling, and when he smiles at the group of nervous first years gathering around him, you immediately feel safe and welcomed. "I'm Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts," he says warmly, his voice carrying a gentle authority that makes everyone listen. "Right then, Furs years, this way to the boats. Traditional for first years to cross the lake by boat it is. Been that way for hundreds of years. Mind the step now, and watch out for the low branches." You follow Hagrid away from the platform and down a steep, narrow path that winds through trees so old and massive they seem to have been standing since the beginning of time. The path is lit by lanterns that float unsupported in the air, casting pools of warm golden light that make the journey feel like walking through a fairy tale. The air smells of pine needles and moss and something indefinably wild that speaks of ancient magic and creatures that live far from the ordinary world. Occasionally you hear sounds from deep in the forest. The hoot of an owl, the rustle of something large moving through the underbrush, and once what sounds like distant music played on instruments you can't identify. Stay on the path, Hagrid calls back to the group. Forest's not dangerous if you know what you're doing, but it's no place for wandering about without permission. The path seems to go on forever, winding deeper into the wild country. Around Hogwarts, your feet find their rhythm on the worn stones, and gradually the nervous chatter of the first years fades to whispers, and then to awed silence as the magical atmosphere of the place settles over everyone. Finally the trees part and you emerge at the shore of a lake, so vast it might as well be an inland sea. The water stretches away into the darkness, its surface so still and black it looks like polished obsidian. The reflection of the first stars creates points of light on the water that seem to go down forever, as if you're looking into the night sky itself. But it's what rises from the far shore that takes your breath away completely. Hogwarts Castle stands on a high cliff above the lake, every window blazing with warm, welcoming light. Even in the gathering darkness, you can see the incredible complexity of the building. Towers and turrets reaching toward the star-filled sky, battlements and bridges connecting different sections, and an overall sense of organic growth, as if the castle has been added to and modified by generations of magical architects, each leaving their own mark on this incredible structure. The castle seems almost alive in the shifting light from its many windows. Shadows move behind the glass, older students settling into their dormitories, teachers preparing for tomorrow's lessons, and the general bustle of a community that's been thriving in this magical place for over 1,000 years. Beautiful, isn't it? Hagrid says softly, his voice full of obvious love for the place. Been home to me for more years than I care to count. Never gets old, that first sight of it. Waiting at the water's edge are dozens of small boats, each one large enough for perhaps 4 students, and all of them bobbing gently in the still water. They're clearly magical. No oars or sails are visible, and they seem to glow with a faint light that reflects off the dark water. Right then, Hagrid says. 4 to a boat, if you please. Mind you don't rock them too much. They're charmed to be stable, but they don't like showing off. You climb carefully into one of the boats with Harry, Ron and Hermione. The boat adjusts itself automatically as you settle in, finding perfect balance and providing comfortable seating for all 4 of you. The interior is lined with soft cushions, and small lanterns hanging from the prow cast a warm circle of light around your group. Without anyone touching any controls, the little fleet of boats begins to glide across the water under the star-filled sky. The movement is incredibly smooth and silent, as if you're floating rather than being carried by any mechanical means. The only sounds are the gentle lapping of water against the hulls and the occasional whispered conversation between nervous first years. The castle grows larger as you approach, rising directly from the lake shore, like something from the most wonderful dream you've ever had. From this angle, you can see details that weren't visible from the far shore, carved stone figures that seem to move slightly in the shifting light, windows of different shapes and sizes that speak of rooms designed for specific magical purposes, and bridges and walkways that connect different sections of the castle in ways that seem to defy ordinary architecture. The boats carry you around a bend in the shore, and suddenly you're gliding through a curtain of ivy so thick it creates a natural archway. The ivy seems to part automatically as your boat approaches, and you find yourself in an underground harbour that's clearly been carved from the living rock beneath the castle. Heads down, Hagrid calls from his boat, which is considerably larger than the student boats and appears to be carrying only him. You duck just in time to avoid bumping your head on a low archway, and then you're in a natural cave lit by lanterns that cast dancing shadows on the rocky walls. The underground harbour is like something from an adventure story. Natural rock formations have been shaped and carved to create docking spaces for the boats, while steps cut from the living stone lead up toward the castle proper. The air smells of lake water and wet stone, and something else, that distinctive scent of very old magic that you're beginning to recognise. "Out you get," Hagrid says cheerfully, as the boats bump gently against the stone quay. "Mind the step there, it's a bit slippery. Everyone got their wands? Good. Right then, follow me, and try not to wander off. The castle's got a mind of its own sometimes, and we don't want anyone getting lost on their first night." The climb up from the harbour is steep but manageable, winding through narrow passages cut from solid rock. The walls are lined with more of those floating lanterns, and occasionally you pass alcoves that contain suits of armour or portraits, whose subjects nod politely as you go by. The first years climb in relative silence, too awed by their surroundings, and too focused on not tripping on the uneven steps to maintain much conversation. The only sounds are footsteps echoing off stone walls, and the occasional whispered "wow" or "look at that" as someone notices a particularly magical detail. Finally, after what feels like climbing halfway up a mountain, but was probably only a few minutes, you emerge into the castle's entrance hall. The space is so vast that several ordinary houses could fit inside it, with a ceiling so high it disappears into shadows above. Flaming torches float unsupported in the air, providing warm, flickering light that makes everything seem to dance and move. The entrance hall is clearly designed to impress new students, and it succeeds brilliantly. The floor is made of polished marble that reflects the torchlight like a dark mirror. Tapestries hang on the walls, their subjects moving slightly and occasionally waving to the group of first years. A magnificent marble staircase leads to the upper floors, wide enough for 20 people to climb side by side. But it's not just the size and grandeur that impresses you. It's the sense of age and history that seems to permeate every stone. This place has been welcoming new students for over 1,000 years, and you can almost feel the presence of all those generations of young witches and wizards who have stood exactly where you're standing now, feeling the same mixture of excitement and nervousness that fills your chest. "Wait here," Hagrid tells the group. "Professor McGonagall will be along in a moment to take you to the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony. Now, you want to make a good impression, so I'd straighten your robes and smooth down your hair if I were you." He looks directly at Harry, whose hair is sticking up more rebelliously than ever. Hagrid disappears through a door at the side of the entrance hall, leaving the group of first years to wait and try to calm their nerves. You look around at your fellow new students and see your own mixture of excitement and anxiety reflected in every face. Some students bounce slightly on their toes, too excited to stand still. Others stand very still, as if moving might somehow break the spell and send them back to their ordinary lives. The wait seems to last forever, though it's probably only a few minutes. You use the time to straighten your robes and try to tame your hair, though like Harry, you suspect it's a losing battle. Around you, other first years whisper theories about what the sorting ceremony might involve. "I heard you have to wrestle a troll," one boy says nervously. "My brother said you just try on a hat," a girl responds, sounding sceptical. "Maybe you have to cast a spell," suggests another student, "something to show what house you belong in." Before anyone can offer more theories, footsteps echo from the marble staircase, and a tall witch in emerald robes descends toward your group. Her dark hair is pulled back in a severe bun, and her sharp eyes take in every detail of the assembled first years. When she reaches the bottom of the stairs, she surveys the group with an expression that's stern but not unkind. When she speaks, her voice carries easily through the great entrance hall, with the kind of natural authority that makes everyone automatically pay attention. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she begins, her Scottish accent adding gravity to every word. "I am Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress and Professor of Transfiguration. In a few moments, you will pass through these doors and join your classmates in the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony. But first, you must understand what this ceremony means. She pauses, allowing her words to sink in as her sharp eyes study each first year in turn. You will be sorted into one of 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Each house has a noble history and has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your house will be something like your family within the school. You will sleep in your house dormitory, take many of your classes with your housemates, and spend your free time in your house common room. She begins to pace slightly, her robes rustling against the marble floor. Your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honour. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. She pauses again, and her expression softens almost imperceptibly. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you use this time to make yourselves as presentable as possible. Her eyes linger on several students whose nerves have made their hair even more unruly than usual, and on one boy who seems to have lost his tie entirely during the boat journey. I will return when we are ready for you, she concludes. Please wait quietly here. She disappears through a door at the side of the entrance hall, her footsteps echoing away into the depths of the castle. The group of first years is left alone with their thoughts and their rapidly increasing nervousness. You try to smooth down your hair one more time and straighten your robes, though you suspect it won't make much difference. Around you, other students are doing the same, checking their appearance, whispering final theories about the sorting, and trying to calm their nerves. Whatever it is, Hermione whispers, it can't be that terrible. I mean, everyone seems to survive it. Easy for you to say, Ron mutters. You don't have 5 brothers who've all been through this already. If I'm not sorted into Gryffindor, I'll never hear the end of it. What if the hat thinks I don't belong here at all? Harry asks quietly, voicing the fear that you realise has been lurking in the back of your own mind. Don't be ridiculous, Hermione says firmly. You're here, aren't you? Hogwarts doesn't make mistakes. Before anyone can respond, Professor McGonagall returns. The expression on her face suggests that whatever is about to happen is both important and imminent. Form a line, she instructs, and follow me. Chapter 4. The Sorting Hat. The doors to the Great Hall are massive, easily twice the height of any doors you've ever seen, made of dark wood and bound with iron that's been polished to mirror brightness. As Professor McGonagall approaches them, they swing open silently, revealing the most magical room you've ever imagined. The Great Hall is exactly as magnificent as you'd hoped it would be, and somehow completely different from your expectations at the same time. The space seems to stretch forever, both in length and height, creating an atmosphere that's both grand and surprisingly welcoming. 4 long tables stretch the entire length of the hall, each crowded with students wearing robes in their house colours. The Gryffindor table blazes with scarlet and gold, students leaning forward eagerly to get their first look at the new first years. The Ravenclaw table shimmers with blue and bronze, their students watching with obvious curiosity and intelligence. The Hufflepuff table glows with yellow and black, and you can see warm smiles and encouraging nods from the students there. The Slytherin table gleams with green and silver, their students observing the incoming first years with what looks like calculated interest. Hundreds of candles float in the air above the tables, casting warm, golden light that makes everything seem to glow with its own inner magic. The light flickers and dances, creating constantly shifting patterns of brightness and shadow that make the hall feel alive and dynamic. But most spectacular of all is the ceiling, which doesn't appear to be there at all. Instead, you're looking up at the night sky itself. deep purple darkness scattered with stars that twinkle and pulse with real light. Wisps of cloud drift slowly across this magical sky, and you can even see the suggestion of a crescent moon hanging among the stars. "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside," Hermione whispers, clearly having read about this in Hogwarts, a history. I read about it in, but her words are lost as the line of first years continues, moving into the hall. The sound in the Great Hall is incredible, hundreds of voices blending into a warm hum of conversation, punctuated by laughter, the scrape of benches, and the clink of goblets. At the far end of the hall, on a raised platform, sits the high table where the teachers dine. You recognise Professor McGonagall's empty chair, and there at the centre sits the wizard you know must be Albus Dumbledore, the most famous headmaster in Hogwarts history. Professor Dumbledore is exactly as you'd imagined him from his chocolate frog card, tall and thin, with silver hair and beard so long they could be tucked into his belt. His half-moon spectacles perch on his crooked nose, and his blue eyes twinkle with what seems like perpetual amusement at some joke only he understands. His robes are deep purple tonight, embroidered with stars that seem to move slowly across the fabric. When his eyes meet yours across the Great Hall, you have the distinct impression that he can see right into your soul and likes what he finds there. His smile is warm and welcoming, and somehow you know that whatever happens in the sorting ceremony, you're exactly where you belong. Professor McGonagall leads your group to the front of the hall, where you stop before all 4 house tables. The hundreds of faces watching you seem friendly, rather than intimidating, filled with curiosity, and welcome rather than judgment. You can see older students leaning forward to get a better look, some of them smiling encouragingly at the nervous first years, others whispering to their neighbours about which students might end up in their house. The younger students at each table look particularly interested, probably remembering their own sorting ceremony and understanding exactly how nervous you feel right now. Several of them give you encouraging nods or small waves, and you begin to feel that this crowd of strangers might soon become your extended family. In front of the first years, sitting on a simple 3-legged stool, is what looks like an extremely old wizard's hat. It's patched and frayed and definitely the worse for wear, with a wide brim that's seen better days and fabric that's faded to an indeterminate brownish colour. It sits perfectly still on its stool, looking like nothing more than a piece of worn-out clothing that someone forgot to put away. Then, as you watch in amazement, a rip near the brim opens like a mouth, and the hat begins to sing in a voice that carries clearly through the entire hall. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hat sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat, and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see, so try me on, and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on, don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none, for I'm a thinking cap." The entire hall burst into thunderous applause as the hat finishes its song and falls silent once more, looking like nothing more than an old piece of clothing. You can hardly believe that something so ordinary looking could contain such personality and intelligence, but you're learning that in the magical world, appearances can be completely deceiving. Professor McGonagall steps forward with a long roll of parchment that rustles impressively as she unrolls it. "When I call your name," she announces, her voice carrying easily through the hall, "you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted." The anticipation in the Great Hall becomes almost unbearable as Professor McGonagall prepares to read the first name. You can hear your heart beating in your ears, and you're sure everyone around you can hear it too. Your palms are sweaty, and you wipe them nervously on your robes, hoping you won't slip when it's your turn to walk forward. "Abbott, Hannah," Professor McGonagall calls. A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbles forward, looking as if she might faint at any moment. Professor McGonagall places the sorting hat on her head, and it slides down over her eyes, completely hiding her face from view. For a moment there's complete silence in the Great Hall. Then the hat's voice rings out, loud and clear. "Hufflepuff!" The table on the right explodes in cheers and applause, students standing up and clapping as Hannah Abbott, looking weak with relief, walks over to join them. The Hufflepuff students make room for her on their bench, patting her on the back, and welcoming her with obvious warmth and enthusiasm. "Boot, Terry," is called next, and the hat barely touches his head before shouting, "Ravenclaw!" The blue and bronze table cheers just as enthusiastically, and Terry Boot joins them with a huge grin on his face. "Brocklehurst, Mandy," also goes to Ravenclaw after a moment's consideration, while Brown Lavender is sorted into Gryffindor almost immediately, the red and gold table erupting in celebration. You watch each sorting with growing fascination and nervousness. The hat seems to take different amounts of time for each student. Some, like Terry Boot, are sorted almost instantly, while others sit under the hat for what feels like several minutes, while it apparently debates where they belong. The process is clearly more complex than simply placing a hat on someone's head. This is ancient magic at work, reading the very essence of each new student. As more names are called, you begin to notice patterns in how the hat makes its decisions. Some students seem to embody their house qualities so clearly that the sorting is immediate. Others require longer consideration, as if the hat is weighing different aspects of their personality, trying to decide which house will help them grow into their best self. Finch Fletchley Justin takes nearly 2 minutes before the hat declares, "Hufflepuff." Justin looks relieved as he joins the yellow and black table, where he's welcomed with the same warmth shown to every new Hufflepuff. Finnegan Seamus becomes a Gryffindor after only a moment's pause, pumping his fist in the air as he joins the red and gold table. His obvious joy is infectious, and even students at other tables smile at his enthusiasm. The sorting continues in alphabetical order, each name bringing you closer to your own moment under the ancient hat. Your stomach flutters with nervous energy, but you're also fascinated by watching this 1,000-year-old tradition play out before your eyes. Granger Hermione, your new friend, walks forward on slightly shaking legs, her bushy hair catching the candlelight. The hat sits on her head for what feels like forever, though it's probably only a minute or two. You can see her lips moving slightly, as if she's having a conversation with the hat, which you suppose she probably is. Finally, the hat calls out, "Gryffindor!" and Hermione's face lights up with pure joy as she hurries to join the red and gold table. The Gryffindors welcome her enthusiastically, and you feel a pang of hope that you might join her there. More names are called. Longbottom Neville is sorted into Gryffindor after the longest consideration yet, the hat sitting on his head for what feels like several minutes before making its decision. Neville looks shocked but pleased as he joins the Gryffindor table, where Hermione immediately makes room for him and begins speaking to him encouragingly. Malfoy, Draco, barely has the hat touch his head before it shouts, "Slytherin!" He walks smugly to the green and silver table, where he's welcomed by students who look as aristocratic and confident as he does. The names continue, and your heart pounds harder with each one. Parkinson Pansy joins Slytherin. Patil Padma goes to Ravenclaw, while her twin Patil Parvati is sorted into Gryffindor, the sisters exchanging waves across the hall. Potter Harry! The entire Great Hall falls silent as Harry walks forward. You can hear whispers rippling through the crowd. Clearly, his name means something significant to everyone here, though you still don't fully understand why. Harry sits on the stool, and Professor McGonagall places the hat on his head. The wait seems endless. The hat sits motionless for what feels like several minutes, while the entire hall holds its breath. You can see Harry's lips moving occasionally, and you wonder what conversation he's having with the ancient hat. Finally, after what seems like an eternity, the hat opens its mouth and bellows, "Gryffindor!" The Gryffindor table explodes in the loudest celebration yet. Students leap to their feet, cheering and applauding as Harry joins them, looking relieved and happy. You can see Hermione beaming as she makes room for him, and even the older Gryffindor students seem particularly excited about having Harry in their house. The sorting continues. Thomas Dean joins Gryffindor, while Turpin Lisa goes to Ravenclaw. Weasley Ronald takes only a moment before the hat declares Gryffindor, and Ron practically runs to the red and gold table, where his older brothers greet him with backslaps and cheers. And then, sooner than you expected, but later than you hoped, Professor McGonagall calls your name. The walk to the stool feels both endless and instantaneous. Your legs feel unsteady, but somehow they carry you forward through what feels like a dream. The hundreds of faces watching you blur together into a sea of curiosity and anticipation. Professor McGonagall gives you an encouraging nod as you sit on the three-legged stool. The wood is worn smooth by countless previous students, and somehow that's comforting. You're part of a tradition that stretches back centuries, joining thousands of young witches and wizards who have sat exactly where you're sitting now. The sorting hat is larger than it looked from a distance, and when Professor McGonagall places it on your head, it slides down over your eyes, blocking out the Great Hall completely. Suddenly you're sitting in warm, comfortable darkness, and then a voice speaks inside your head, warm and amused and impossibly old. Well, 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 another interesting mind to explore. Don't be frightened, dear child. This won't hurt a bit. Let me see what we have here. You feel a strange, gentle sensation, as if someone is carefully leafing through the pages of your mind, examining your thoughts and memories and dreams with respectful curiosity. The hat muses, and you can hear the smile in its mental voice. Intelligence, yes, I can see that clearly. A love of learning, a curiosity about the world. Ravenclaw would welcome you gladly. Your heart jumps with excitement, but the hat continues its examination. But there's more here, isn't there? Loyalty to friends, even new ones. A desire to help others, to stand up for what's right. You do well in Hufflepuff, where they value such qualities above all else. You try not to let your thoughts influence the hat, but it chuckles softly in your mind. Don't worry about what you're thinking, child. Your preferences matter, but they're only part of the picture. Let me look deeper. There's a pause and you feel that gentle exploration continue, touching on moments from your life that reveal your true character. Times you stood up to bullies, times you helped friends in need, times you chose to do the right thing even when it was difficult. Courage, the hat says finally. Yes, I see it clearly. Not the flashy kind that seeks attention, but the quiet kind that does what needs to be done, simply because it needs doing. And beneath it all, a fierce love of learning and growth, but not for its own sake. You want to use knowledge to make the world better. Another pause, longer this time. You could go anywhere, you know, the hat says thoughtfully. Any of the 4 houses would be lucky to have you. But where will you grow the most? Where will you find the challenges and friendships that will shape you into the witch or wizard you're meant to become? You wait, hardly daring to breathe, as the hat makes its final consideration. "I know exactly where you belong," it says with obvious satisfaction. "Better be, Gryffindor." The last word echoes not just in your mind, but throughout the great hall, as the hat shouts your sorting for everyone to hear. Professor McGonagall lifts the hat from your head, and you're back in the warm, candlelit hall, blinking as your eyes readjust to the light. The Gryffindor table is on its feet, cheering and applauding as you walk toward them on slightly unsteady legs. Your new friends, Harry, Hermione and Ron, beam at you as you approach, and you feel a warm surge of belonging as you realise you'll be sharing a common room and dormitory with these wonderful people. An older student with a prefect badge makes room for you on the bench between Hermione and Ron. "Welcome to Gryffindor," she says warmly, shaking your hand. "I'm Alicia Spinnet. We're absolutely delighted to have you." More students introduce themselves. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, who inform you with identical grins that they're the finest pranksters Hogwarts has ever seen, and Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother, who looks very serious about his prefect duties. As you settle onto the bench, feeling the warmth and welcome of your new housemates surrounding you, Professor McGonagall calls the final few names. Zabini Blaze goes to Slytherin, and then the sorting is complete. Professor Dumbledore rises from his seat at the high table, his arms spread wide in a gesture that somehow encompasses the entire hall and everyone in it. The hundreds of conversations fade to expectant silence as the greatest wizard of the age prepares to speak. "Welcome," he says, his voice carrying easily through the vast hall, despite speaking at normal volume. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, thank you." He sits back down, looking entirely pleased with himself, while the students applaud and laugh. You exchange puzzled glances with your new housemates, but before you can ask what that was about, something far more interesting happens. Food appears on the golden plates and platters that line the tables. Not just any food, the most incredible feast you've ever seen materialises before your eyes. Roast beef and Yorkshire pudding, roast chicken and lamb chops, pork chops and sausages, bacon and steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup. Your eyes widen as you take in the sheer abundance of it all. Every type of food you can imagine seems to be represented, steaming hot and perfectly prepared. The smells are incredible: rich gravies and roasted meats, fresh bread and butter, vegetables that look like they were just pulled from a magical garden. "Brilliant, isn't it?" Ron says, already loading his plate with remarkable efficiency. The house elves in the kitchen are amazing. They can make anything you want, and it's always perfect. You fill your own plate, trying a bit of everything, and marvelling at how delicious it all is. The roast beef is perfectly tender, the potatoes fluffy and golden, the vegetables crisp and flavourful. Everything tastes somehow better than any version you've had before, as if magic has enhanced not just the preparation, but the very essence of the food itself. Around the table, conversations flow as easily as the pumpkin juice and butterbeer. Older students share stories about classes and teachers. First years ask eager questions about what to expect, and everyone seems genuinely happy to be back at Hogwarts, or in your case, to be here for the first time. The Gryffindor table feels like a large, boisterous family dinner, with everyone talking and laughing and passing dishes back and forth. The ghost of nearly headless Nick floats through occasionally, pausing to welcome the new students and share a few cheerful words about the house. 27 years I've been house ghost for Gryffindor, he says proudly, his head wobbling precariously on his partially severed neck. Finest house in the school. if I do say so myself. You'll love it here, you really will. As the main course finally disappears, every last scrap of food vanishing from the plates as if it had never been there, desserts appear with the same magical efficiency. Ice cream in every flavour imaginable, treacle tart, chocolate eclairs, jam donuts, trifle rice pudding. You try the treacle tart at Harry's recommendation and find it absolutely perfect, sweet but not too sweet, with a flaky crust that melts on your tongue. The butterbeer is unlike anything you've tasted before, warming you from the inside and filling you with a sense of contentment and belonging. The conversation around the table grows more relaxed as everyone settles into the comfortable aftermath of an excellent meal. Students lean back on their benches, patting full stomachs and sharing stories in the warm, flickering candlelight. Finally, when even the desserts have been consumed and the last drops of pumpkin juice drained from goblets, Professor Dumbledore rises once more. The hall gradually falls quiet as everyone turns their attention to the headmaster. Ahem, just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered, he begins, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. His expression grows slightly more serious, though his voice remains warm and grandfatherly. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils, and a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. His eyes find Fred and George Weasley, who do their best to look innocent and fail completely. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Those wishing to join the house Quidditch teams should give their names to Madam Hooch, who will be happy to arrange tryouts. He pauses, and his expression becomes genuinely serious for a moment. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. A murmur ripples through the hall. This seems like unusually specific and dire warning, even for Hogwarts. But Professor Dumbledore's expression lightens immediately, as if he hadn't just mentioned painful death as casually as commenting on the weather. And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song, he announces cheerfully. He flicks his wand, and a golden ribbon streams from the tip, forming words in the air above the high table. Every student and teacher in the hall rises, and the most wonderfully chaotic singing you've ever heard fills the great hall. Everyone sings Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts, to whatever tune they prefer, some choosing funeral marches, others upbeat folk songs, still others what sounds like opera. The result should be cacophonous, but somehow it's perfect, a celebration of the diversity and individuality that makes Hogwarts special. As the last notes fade away, the Weasley twins finishing well after everyone else, with what sounds like a slow funeral march, Professor Dumbledore wipes what might be tears from his eyes. Ah, music, he says contentedly, a magic beyond all we do here. And now, bedtime. Off you trot. The great hall fills with the sound of benches scraping against stone, and hundreds of voices as students begin to file out. Percy Weasley stands up importantly, his prefect badge glinting in the candlelight. First years this way to Gryffindor Tower. Come on, follow me and stick together. The staircases like to move around a bit, so keep up and don't wander off. You follow Percy out of the Great Hall, along with the other new Gryffindors, your stomach pleasantly full, and your heart even fuller with the joy of finally being where you belong. The corridors of Hogwarts stretch before you, lit by torches that float without visible support, and lined with portraits, whose subjects nod and wave as you pass. The walk to Gryffindor Tower is like a guided tour through the most magical place on earth. Percy points out various features as you go, suits of armour that occasionally move and adjust their positions, tapestries that depict famous magical events with figures that shift and change, and staircases that do indeed move, rotating slowly to connect different floors as you watch. The castle has 142 staircases, Percy explains, as you climb a particularly grand marble staircase lined with portraits of sleeping witches and wizards. Wide ones, narrow ones, some that lead somewhere different on a Friday, some with a vanishing step halfway up that you have to remember to jump. You file this information away carefully, though you suspect it will take months to truly learn your way around the enormous castle. The corridors seem to stretch endlessly in every direction, and you catch glimpses of dozens of other passages branching off from the main route. The portraits are endlessly fascinating. Some of their subjects are asleep, snoring gently in their frames, but others are wide awake and curious about the new students. A few call out greetings or wave, while others simply watch with interest as the group of first years passes by. Sir Cadogan's around here somewhere, Percy mentions, indicating a cluster of portraits depicting various knights in armour. Bit mad, but harmless enough. He likes to challenge people to duels, but just ignore him if he gets too enthusiastic. You climb several more staircases, passing through corridors lined with different types of decor. Some areas feel ancient, with stone walls and medieval tapestries, while others seem more recent, with painted panels and more modern magical conveniences. Finally, Percy stops before a large portrait of a very fat lady in a pink silk dress. She's awake and seems to be expecting your group, smiling down at the collection of new Gryffindors with obvious pleasure. "Password?" she asks in a pleasant musical voice. "Caput Draconis," Percy replies clearly. "Correct," the fat lady says cheerfully, and her portrait swings forward like a door, revealing a round hole in the wall beyond. "Everyone climb through," Percy instructs. "This is the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. Remember the password. You'll need it every time you want to get in. The password changes regularly, so pay attention when new ones are announced." You climb through the portrait hole after your fellow first years, emerging into the most welcoming room you've ever seen. The Gryffindor common room is everything you'd hoped it would be, and more. The room is circular and cosy, with a high ceiling and walls lined with comfortable armchairs and sofas upholstered in red and gold. A fire crackles cheerfully in an enormous stone fireplace, casting dancing shadows and filling the room with warmth and the pleasant scent of burning wood. The walls are decorated with tapestries in Gryffindor colours, portraits of famous Gryffindor alumni, and display cases containing various trophies and awards the house has won over the years. Windows look out over the grounds, though it's too dark now to see much beyond the glass. Tables scattered throughout the room are perfect for homework or games, and you can see chess sets, exploding snap cards, and other magical games waiting for students to use them. Bookshelves line several walls filled with everything from textbooks to novels to books on magical theory and history. The room hums with quiet conversation as older students settle in for the evening, some working on homework, others playing games or simply chatting with friends. Everyone looks relaxed and content, and the atmosphere is one of warmth and belonging. "Boys' dormitory is up those stairs and to the left," Percy announces, pointing to a spiral staircase. "Girls, the same staircase but to the right. Your belongings have already been brought up. Breakfast is from 7:30 to 9 in the Great Hall. Don't be late. Professor McGonagall doesn't appreciate tardiness." The common room gradually empties as students head to their dormitories, but you linger for a few minutes, savouring your first moments in what will be your home for the next 7 years. The fire pops and crackles, sending sparks up the chimney, and somewhere in the castle, a clock chimes the hour. Finally, you make your way up the spiral staircase to your dormitory. The stairs are worn smooth by generations of students, and the walls are lined with more portraits of Gryffindor alumni, some sleeping peacefully in their frames. Your dormitory is perfect, a circular room with 5 four-poster beds hung with deep red curtains. Each bed has a trunk at its foot and a bedside table, and tall windows look out over the grounds. Your trunk sits at the foot of one bed, and you can see that your books and belongings have been unpacked and arranged neatly. The other first-year Gryffindors are already changing into their nightclothes, chatting excitedly about the day's events. Everyone seems too excited to sleep, but also pleasantly exhausted from the overwhelming wonder of their first day in the magical world. You change into your most comfortable pyjamas and brush your teeth at the wash basins that line one wall of the dormitory. The water is perfectly warm, and even the soap seems somehow better than ordinary soap, cleaning your teeth and leaving your mouth fresh and clean. As you settle into your four-poster bed, pulling the soft red curtains around you for privacy, you can hardly believe that this incredible day is real. This morning you were just another ordinary person, counting down the days until school started. Tonight, you're lying in a bed in Hogwarts Castle, sorted into Gryffindor House, with friends who share your love of magic and adventure. The bed is incredibly comfortable, the mattress perfectly firm, the pillows exactly the right thickness, the blankets warm without being too heavy. You can hear the quiet conversations of your dormitory mates gradually fading as exhaustion overtakes excitement. Through the window, you can see stars scattered across the clear September sky, the same stars that shine down on the magical and non-magical worlds alike. But somehow, looking at them from your bed in Hogwarts Castle, they seem brighter and more beautiful than ever before. Tomorrow will bring your first proper classes: Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall, Potions with Professor Snape, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Charms, Herbology, and History of Magic. You'll learn to cast real spells, brew actual potions, and discover the deeper mysteries of the magical world. But for now, you're content to lie in your comfortable bed, listening to the gentle sounds of the castle settling around you for the night. Somewhere in the distance, you can hear the soft hoot of owls, the whisper of wind through the towers, and the faint sound of portraits murmuring to each other in their frames. Your wand lies on your bedside table within easy reach, a constant reminder that magic is now part of your daily life. Tomorrow, you'll learn to use it properly, but tonight, it's enough to know that it's there, waiting for you to discover all the wonderful things you can accomplish together. As sleep begins to claim you, your last conscious thought is of gratitude. Gratitude for the Hogwarts letter that changed everything, for the magical world that welcomed you with open arms, for new friends who will share this incredible journey, and for the years of adventure and learning that stretch ahead of you. The soft sounds of the castle fade into dreams filled with floating candles and moving staircases, with spellbooks and magical creatures, with the promise of tomorrow and all the tomorrows after that. You're home at last, and your magical education is just beginning. Sweet dreams, young witch or wizard, your real adventures start tomorrow.